Good morning, OTC. Wake your ass up. It's Tuesday. How's everybody feeling? Just waking up, getting out of bed. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right, let's go. Where's everybody at? I'll just wait. All right, let's freaking go. That's what I'm talking about. How's that? A little better? Good morning, Miss Gina. How you feeling? How's Florida treating you? We're just getting started. I got caught on some rabbit holes last night. We're gonna go over those in a little bit here. Tesla, if you see crying Elon on the thumbnail, Tesla lost 6% yesterday. A lot of people asking, is the rally over? Might just be a little healthy pullback. We'll get Enzo's take on that a little later. Lordstown Motors filing for bankruptcy this morning. They're down a cool 63%. And the flip side of that, Lucid got some more good news. So yesterday we had the Aston Martin news. Today we got more, we got more Saudi Arabian money coming in. And we're actually going to talk a little bit about that in a later segment as well. So buckle up. Let's get ready. Make some money today. It's Taco Tuesday. Oh, you are need to know at the highest level. Okay, I'm feeling that. Well, you know what? Since it's early, we're going to start it off here with a little clip from Christine Lagarde. So tomorrow we have Jerome Powell meeting with the head of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde. So she is the European version of Jerome Powell. And I'm just going to play this because if you remember a while back, she was pranked by a couple of Russian gentlemen. But I think this is I got two short clips, and this is basically, this is her getting pranked, thinking that she's talking to President Zelensky. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because she mentions how she works hand in hand with Powell, and with them meeting tomorrow. Let's just listen in and see.
Question is, how do you think? What is your colleagues from FID think about that? Do you have a conversation with them?
We not only, we do of course have conversations, we exchange a lot, and actually I will be seeing Jay Powell tonight. We have dinner tonight. We have a meeting of the Bank of International Settlement in Basel, and I'm having dinner with him tonight. So yes, we do talk a lot. But President, whatever is the coming out of this situation, who wins, who loses, in a way is irrelevant. What matters is that Ukraine, at the end of the day, wins. So I take the very simple view that those who have the biggest gun at the end of the day win, right? This is a very stupid, basic, Wild West cowboy principle. It is the case at the moment that the biggest military power in the world is the United States. So the United States is supplying the biggest shipment of weapons, is providing a very large amount of funding, and that's the reality that we deal with.
Okay, so that being said, 41st round of funding we signed in yesterday, another 500 million headed over there. My point with that is how hand in hand both go together. The Fed is supposed to be an independent agent and supposed to operate outside of the realm of politics. But you see right there that she's talking about communication she's had with Jerome Powell in regards to. I love what she said when she was like, the outcome is irrelevant, but Ukraine has to win. Okay, so this is the more important clip here. This is her talking in regards to the digital dollar. And if you listen to us, you might have heard this before because we did cover this before. But Birdie Hunter let us know that they have a vote on the EBDB, basically the digital currency coming up on Wednesday. Now, she talks in this that it won't be finalized until October. And again, this is from a couple months ago. 2 Russian guys pranking the head of the European Central Bank, thinking that she's talking to Vladimir Zelensky, but she's really talking to a couple of shock jocks. Good morning, Dr. All right, so one more quick clip. This is her talking about the digital currency.
I have a question about. I'm also a good user of electronic money. So my question: you're introducing the electronic euro, as I know.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
How can switching to an electronic currency help?
Well, 2 things. Number one, it will be decided in October. So we are preparing the ground. We want to be ready. We want to be trained, but it will not be decided until October 23. The reason I'm personally convinced that we have to move ahead is a situation like the one we are in now. We are dependent on the supply of gas by a very unfriendly country. I don't want Europe to be dependent on an unfriendly country's currency. For instance, I don't know, the Chinese currency, the Russian currency, the whatever. Or dependent on a friendly currency, but which is activated by a private corporate entity like Facebook or like Google or anybody like that.
I'm a user of Bitcoin too, so I had bought it when it started, and I hope that it also will work through the special system. And I know there are many protests in Europe against the electronic euro. What is the reason?
It's the beauty of Europe. It has different positions. If you ask,
this is where it gets a little
in Northern Europe, for instance, in the Netherlands, they're quite happy to see the e-euro coming.
That's a lie.
If you ask a young German man, he'll say, yeah, fine. As I
Oh,
said,
fine.
I don't want Meta, Google, or Amazon to suddenly come up with a currency that will take over the sovereignty of Europe. I don't want a foreign currency to become the currency of trading within Europe. So we have to be ready.
No, the problem is they don't want to be controlled. They don't want to.
Yeah, but you know what? Now we have in Europe this threshold above 1,000 euros, you cannot pay cash. If you do, you are on the gray market. You take your risk. You get caught, you are fined, or you go in jail. But the digital euro is going to have a limited amount of control. There will be control. You're right. You're completely right.
There will be control.
We are considering whether
Birdie
for
Hunter's
very
sister,
small
ladies and
amounts,
gentlemen.
anything that is around 300, 400 euros, we could have a mechanism where there is zero control. But that could be dangerous. The terrorist attacks on France back 10 years ago were entirely financed by those very small anonymous credit cards that you can recharge in total.
So that's her shtick. Her shtick is you can't let people control their own money because some terrorists used money. So, like I said, the only reason I played that is because she is meeting with Jay Powell tomorrow. We will try to cover that here. I'm not sure with the time difference what time that'll be live. You win the internet today, Handrail. The lady that appears to be Birdie Hunter's sister. I love it. I love it. All right. So, again, Lordstown Motors claiming bankruptcy, down 64% in the pre-market. Lucid got some good news. We talked about that. Saudi Arabia injecting more money, up 5.5%. And Saudi Arabia is actually going to play into my little recovery play that we're going to look at in a little bit. Yeah, I don't think you're the only one, Dr. Whom. I think that's a pretty steady realization. And that's why I'm so into RFK, Dr. Whom. Not saying that I just blindly agree with anything he says or but I feel like he's the only guy in the political stratosphere right now that has the potential of bringing people from both sides to see the big picture. Just another day in the handicap stall. Yeah, not a bad place to be. The amenities are good. So some more news yesterday. With tied into the infrastructure bill with the is more access to broadband, and here's just a real short clip of Biden announcing this yesterday, and I'll show you why I'm playing this.
And that's what today's announcement is all about. What we're doing is, as I said, not unlike what Franklin Delano Roosevelt did. We brought electricity to nearly every American home and farm in our nation. Today, Kamala and I are making an equally historic investment to connect everyone in America to high-speed internet by an affordable high-speed internet by 2030.
So by 2030, let's see what Obama had to say back in 2014.
But today we're here to announce some big strides that we're making to put the world and outer space at every child's fingertips, whether they live in a big city or a quiet suburb or in rural America. Last year, I launched something called ConnectEd, a new initiative to close the technology gap in our schools and connect 99% of America's students to high-speed broadband internet within 5 years. Now,
Okay. So Obama wanted it in 5 years back in 2014. I couldn't find any video or audio clips of Dumb and Dumber talking about it. And by those people, I mean Bush and Trump. So back in 2004, Bush campaigned on that. You can find some transcripts of campaign speeches where he promised affordable access to high-speed internet by 2007 for everybody. So then you had Obama following with false promises. You had Trump. Trump targeted his speeches more to the farmers. So you can find some transcripts of him talking about it with farmers as far as getting broadband into rural areas. Now, this is going to be long-winded. I apologize. I've been down several rabbit holes with this. You go back to 2004 after Bush won re-election. That's when, and what interested me was a statement that Cisco made. If you go back to, let me see if I've got it here. If you go back to 2004, when they started this, the FCC started giving out this money, right? So what they're doing is they're giving companies like Verizon, they're giving companies, let me see, I wrote down some, Cisco, because Cisco was the infrastructure. You're getting these huge amounts of money to expand broadband, and at the time they were getting the money to expand it through hard lines, whether it was fiber optic or whatever. But what they were doing is they were scamming. They were taking that money that was being given to them, and it was funneled not directly to them through the government. It was given to the FCC, given out in the form of what was it called? Let me see here. It's when it was originally, it was just a national broadband plan. Sorry guys, this is all fresh on my mind, so I'm trying to break this down. So what they did, and the stock price will tell you. I went back last night. I looked at all these. I looked at their prices in 2004. I revisited them again in 2010 when the second phase of this went in. Then in 2015 when Obama implemented his. So the fact of the matter is that they're robbing billions of dollars, and I will get to a point, I promise. But what they were doing is they were taking this money that was meant to sustain infrastructure and build more infrastructure around broadband. And they knew at the time that wireless broadband wasn't going to give you what you needed, right? But what they did was they fleeced the government to line the pockets of shareholders. And if you look at, there's actual speeches from their, let me see, from earnings reports. Now this is a lot to lay over. I'll drop this in the Discord. But basically they stopped expanding before they should have, while they were still getting money, not directly from the government, but from the government through subsidies. And what they did was they built their cell phone and their cellular products based off of this. So you're getting money to finance one thing, you're taking that money, putting it on the books for your hardwire, so that, because where they would get paid was the money that they were getting, the work that they were doing would give them the right to jack your rates up. So that's what the FCC monitored. So that was part of how they got the money was, okay, you do this work, we're going to give you X amount of billions of dollars, plus now you can jack you can jack your rates up. So they're doing that, and all that money's going on those books. Meanwhile, they're building their cellular communications, their wireless communications. So my point is, I know I've come a long way to it, and this is the part that I've got to that I haven't figured out. Because the last time that we seen this, we seen the next wave of technology was what capitalized. So cell phones, all that stuff, it positioned companies like AT&T, Verizon, Time Warner, it positioned them to already be ahead of the game. My question to you guys then is, what's the technology that we're going to see fleece this time around? Because if you think that this money is just going to buy broadband access to everybody, they could have did it years ago. And if you look, billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars have been wasted, and every president since the birth of the internet has promised access to high-speed internet. So it's nothing the same, but I have to think, and I'm leaning towards something in the AI realm that this money will be used for, because this money isn't going to be used to just bolster high speed. Some of it'll probably get thrown into 5G, something like that. But I think we'll see some in every company that was involved: Verizon, AT&T, Comcast. What were the other ones? One second. Who else was I looking at? Cisco. There was two other Juniper and Ciena. Those were two other companies that got. They were more in the infrastructure end. Then you had AT&T, Verizon, and Comcast that really benefited on the other end. You're kind of starting to think that the Earth is actually flat. All technology is reverse engineered. That could be. That could be. I mean, I think it's very likely that humans have faced, if not full extinction, at least partial extinction in the past. And, you know, when you look at some of the structures that are still alive or still around, you have to think that there's either there was some kind of higher intelligence here before, or at some point we possessed a higher intelligence. Who knows? And not even just the pyramids. The pyramids are kind of the mainstream examples of that. But when you get into like some of the, I'm not even going to try to say the names of them because I'll butcher it, but some of those places in like South America where there's crazy remnants of civilizations that existed that seem to have been far ahead of their time. Anywho, the market's fallen back from where they were. We were looking at a green opening, still probably going to have a mixed opening. The NASDAQ and S&P futures are up slightly. The Dow futures down slightly. We do get consumer sentiment numbers, housing numbers, and one other thing at 8:30. All right, almost 7:30. How you guys feeling? Wake up out there. That'll wake you up. So I spent most of my time last night pouring through stuff in regards to that whole Verizon thing, and may have been a giant waste of time, but I still think there's something to be said there. And like I said, looking at, and when you go back and you look at a stock price from 2004, you can't just look at the price in 2004 and look at the price now and make any kind of assumption on how the stocks performed. Every one of those companies that I mentioned earlier, Verizon, AT&T, Comcast, Cisco, the one thing that I noticed that was consistent in these companies was high paying dividends that increased over time, which makes absolute sense with the way that I don't know if I would call it a government contract, because it's not technically coming from the government directly to the company. But either way, when you see that, these deals are paid out over 10 years. So it's like guaranteed money. I'm just interested to know who's going to get this money. And they just announced yesterday in that speech that Biden was talking about, this is a similar situation. This isn't money that Joe Biden is handing over to Verizon or to AT&T. This is money that's going to states. And learning a little bit more about how Verizon and companies work like that, as far as owning the utilities within states, as far as some of the infrastructure. A lot more to these telecommunications companies. I mean, it's you can get lost just going through their subsidiaries. It's well, and you have to think that they have that they have some kind of there's too many reports of at least having a downed some kind of craft. I think, Dr. Whom. I don't know though. What scares me the most about it, Mr. Whom, is the fact that the real technology has come as far as it has without the emergence of some kind of natural alien or out of this kind of out of this earth type species or anything like that. Because now I think we're at the point where if an entity like a government or something wanted to do something like a Project Bluebeam, I think they probably have the technology now to do it successfully. And that's a scary thought. I mean, we all seen how chaotic, how there's not even a word to describe it, but we all seen what happened with a virus. Okay, think about if they were able to scare us with aliens, a truly unknown, a true, could be crazy. Could be crazy. And I know, conspiracy theorists have been saying it for years that there would be, talking about Project Bluebeam and stuff like that. Who knows? Who knows? Either way, though, we can make some money. We can make some money, and that'll bring us right into our next point. One second. I don't believe or not believe, Dr. Whom. Like, my thing is, I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. If I do, I mean, I guess there's two ways to think about it. It's kind of egotistical to think that we're the only ones out there. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's easy to think like, okay, if there are aliens or beings on other planets, who's to say that they're more intelligent than us and can find us? Number one, and then number two, if they were, why would they want to come here? You know, if they came over and hovered around and watched Earth right now, they wouldn't want to come here. They wouldn't know what the hell's going on. But that brings us to the all right. What I'm looking at today is SGHC Sports Entertainment Acquisitions. So this is a sports betting play. Dropped 20% yesterday on no news that I could really find. Which that's kind of troubling when you can't find news. But reading a little bit, so part of the one theory was that there was a bit of a sell-off because some people had some people whose shares were locked up potentially were waiting for SGHC got listed in the Russell 2000 yesterday, but also fell 20%. Again, this is a sports gambling company who their earnings came out just about a week ago. So this is kind of the move that I'm looking back up to $4 here, back up to this range, to where we seen decent earnings, and I'll cut it short because I didn't dive too much into this company. But the thing that I liked looking over their earnings report is the growing business in the Middle East. And the reason I say that is we've seen Saudi Arabia investing heavily into sports. So again, that's kind of a little bit of a outside the box thinking. But my thought is, if you're growing, you're a sports gambling, a sports betting company, you're growing in the Middle East. The Middle East's interest in sports is growing. So okay. Think there might be some other humans out there just from other parts of the globe. You know, Dr. Whom, I'm never going to tell you you're wrong, because I just don't know. I think it's fascinating, though. And I think most of the answers to life's big mysteries like those, I think they got to be somewhere in between everything. Put down that DMT, Anyways, what else we got moving here this morning? Audio. Excuse me. Not seeing any news on this AUUD, up 33%. Astrotech up 20% in the pre-market here. And they have a offer on the table. It doesn't look like anything's been disclosed on it. That's ASTC has a buyout offer on the table. IronNet, there's a blast from the past. Up 13.5%. Meds taking a hurting after that run up yesterday. MEDS closed up 94%, down 13.5% in the pre-market. Lucid still moving up. Lucid up 6 2/3%, closing on that $6 mark, $5.92 now on Lucid. So back-to-back days with catalysts for Lucid. First the Aston Martin deal, and now some more Saudi money coming in. Steelers better than the Raiders? I doubt that. All right, Mr. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. We got 2 hours before the market opens. We got some time. The past is the past. Either way, outside the charts. Ain't nothing you're going to say going to change my mind. Anywho. Best that ever did it, Bo Jackson, baby. Yeah, this is one of my originals right here. If y'all weren't here, I'd be flowing. Yeah, pretty lackluster news day as far as the morning. I think we've got one earnings today, one big earnings, Walgreens, I believe. Maybe they came out. Yeah. So Walgreens earnings just dropped down 6.5%. They lowered their full year guidance after profit in its recently completed quarter came in below expectations. Adjusted for certain one-time expenses, Walgreens said it now expects per share profit for the current fiscal year to be $4 to $4.05, compared with its prior outlook of $4.45 to $4.65. So lowering their outlook about 60 cents a share for the full year. Company said it revised its guidance because of challenging consumer and macroeconomic conditions, as well as lower revenues related to COVID-19 vaccine and tests. Gee, I wonder why. Well, that sucks, guys. Walgreens didn't make any money because not enough of you guys are getting your COVID-19 vaccines and tests. It's a damn shame. So when they don't make enough money off of that stuff, their stock's down 7%. I'll remind you guys of a day where they paid out like $3 billion in fines for effing people over, and the stock went up 4%. In the words of my man, it's a crazy mixed up world. It's a dog-eat-dog world. It just doesn't make sense sometimes. But there you have it on Walgreens, down almost 7% on lackluster earnings and tapering expectations for the rest of the year. GTA, what's up? What's up? What's up? She's already a Raiders fan, Enzo. Don't get it twisted. In GTA, don't you worry about what Tom Brady's doing with his money out there. Everything's good. Ain't no sales tax, state tax in Vegas. He's good. I don't know if you've seen the video of Brady out there hooping with Jordan. I seen it. Oh, okay. We're going down this way today, huh? All right. I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need more coffee if we're gonna get down like this. All right. So what else we got to cover? So yeah, that SGHC. That's my again, not financial advice. And when I say these recovery play, doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. I just was intrigued by their expansion in the Middle East. Could be no correlation, could be a big correlation. It definitely exists. We've seen big, and not just the LIV. We've seen it in other areas too. I actually had a video yesterday I wanted to play about Saudi money kind of coming into sports, and oh, Tom Brady sucks. Wow, says a Bostonian. That's interesting. Well, Gina, sweetheart, your favorite quarterback this year is a guy named Janine Garoppolo. All right, so that's who you're cheering for this season. Once he gets 5 wins, then we'll start calling him by his real name. Until then, he's Janine Garoppolo. Y'all got jokes. Y'all got jokes. Mm-hmm. Lordstown Motors. So I wonder what happens with them. I wonder who gets the oh, they already sold it. I forgot that they sold the oh, so okay. So there's a little bit more to this Lordstown story. So filing for bankruptcy. Oh, wow. Shares had already fallen nearly 90% over the last 12 months. It said in the early hours of Tuesday morning that it would file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and seek a buyer. The filing came after negotiations fell through for its investment partner, Taiwan-based contract manufacturing giant Foxconn Technology, to potentially buy $170 million in shares. Lordstown is also suing Foxconn for fraud and breach of contract, alleging that the manufacturer has set out to destroy its business. Interesting. Now, we've talked about that before. Not so much in America. We talked about a couple different companies that were kind of infiltrated by companies like Foxconn coming out of China. Essentially, allegedly stealing the IP and essentially bankrupting the company from the inside out. My gut feeling tells me that this isn't the case with Lordstown, but there may be something there. The question is who buys this up and what do they have to sell? What IP are they selling? I know they have the what's the word I'm looking for here? I know their cars had some kind of patented technology. Was it the 4 different rotors? Something about it was, and I don't know if it's even something that any other company would want to buy into. And if they already sold the factory to Foxconn, which used to be a General Motors plant, I don't know what they have to offer. You guys are brutal. Brutal. Oh, Boston IPA, huh? Okay. So yeah, I don't know what Ride has to offer in the realms of what they're going to be able to sell, but we'll see. What else we got? Tesla up over 1% in the pre-market. You got Amazon up just about 1%. Google down 0.75%. Meta up 1.25%. Nothing too stand outish. So Tesla lost, what was it, 6%, just over 6% yesterday. Enzo, healthy pullback or any signs of worries for Tesla holders? And they had what before the end of last week? Would they have 15 or 16 straight positive days, something along those lines? I know you. You ordered 3 pieces cheesecake. Bitcoin 31 or double topping. Bitcoin's going to 40, my G. I'll tell you what, GTA, not financial advice, okay? But you can mark my words. Bitcoin will be at least 40K by the time the BlackRock ETF launches. So it has to get approved first. But by the time that they're going to get that in the investors' money, I think it'll be at 40. I could draw you a bunch of lines with my crayons if you want me to, GTA, to explain how it's going to get there. But you could just take my word for it. That'll be a lot easier. No, I do think it's going to climb, and it's going to continue to climb. And then I think with BlackRock being involved as we get into hopefully a post-war situation with BlackRock working hand in hand with JP Morgan and the rebuilding of the Ukraine. And they're already calling for a minimum of $400 billion that they say Russia's going to pay for. I think Russia will probably send the check the day after Mexico sends the check for that wall that somebody wanted to build. I don't see it happening. Now maybe they're able to, I know there's some money they may be able to swipe from Russia, but unfortunately, BlackRock and Vanguard, these are the, everybody always talks this Illuminati that, Rothschilds this, and not to say that they're not big players, but the big institutions that are running the world are companies like BlackRock, like Vanguard, like State Street. If it breaks 240 to 239.59, potential downside to 234. Well, it's just so crazy, Enzo, because it feels like just yesterday, me, you, and Miss Hammond talking about, is 110 the bottom? So still crazy this run that Tesla's had so far this year. Gambling is not illegal at Bushwood. They actually amended that policy. All right, what else we got going on, man? Taco Tuesday. Where's the energy at? What you guys doing? There you go. GTA is getting into it. 7:53, 8 o'clock. I'm gonna get some more coffee, and then we're gonna really get things live. We got some data coming out at 8:30. Like I said, we get housing numbers, consumer sentiment numbers, and one other set of numbers. Nope, not today, Enzo. Not today. Not today, my friend. Bitcoin getting closer to 30,730 now on a Bitcoin. I'm also looking at Nvidia to pull back. We had two more companies yesterday. Damn it. I can't remember the one. CEO was on CNBC. Another kind of an AI player in a game. But I still think I think it was a big overshoot. And I'm not blaming NVIDIA. I think it was genius on their part, but I think they really overshot their kind of uniqueness or their I think they kind of overshot that they're the end all be all. That anybody that wants to get into AI has to go through NVIDIA. I think we were presented that, and not just that, although that's part of it, that Amazon, I don't know if you would call it news, that Amazon interview, I guess that you would say, that we watched yesterday. To me, that, and then seeing other companies do this. Now, I'm not saying that NVIDIA isn't going to be a major player in the AI game, but that Black Swan event kind of gave the thought that if you want to get into AI, you need NVIDIA. And they even said it themselves. There's $1 trillion of cloud upgrades that need to take place, and it all needs to go to NVIDIA. Well, we're learning now that, sure, maybe NVIDIA is still the best. I won't debate that because I don't have enough knowledge on it to say one way or another. But obviously, there's other players in the game. And I mean, we knew that to an extent. But I think what you mean? The best golfer of all time is Black. I mean, that's kind of the quagmire with golf, because on the surface, it seems like a racist ass sport, but then you got to look at it like, well, Tiger's the best that ever did it. Well, and if I think it's probably a classist sport, golf. You typically don't see inner city kids and stuff like that getting much hype. Michael J, aloha. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday. All right, we are coming up on 8 a.m., just about an hour and a half before we start our day. Walgreens falling further now, down over 7% on that not great earnings report. Meds, MEDS, one of those runners that we were looking at yesterday, and I still can't figure it out. I didn't look much more into it, but that acquisition was still looking very fishy yesterday when we were looking at it. CCL too, Carnival Cruise Lines. This was going to be my recovery play of the day, but I talked enough about it yesterday. I always keep an eye on it because I know my man Arctic Fox holding it. But this, to me, I think was still looking at the numbers after. What more could you want from any company? Their occupancy rates for Q3 are projected 110%. They projected over 100% occupancy for the rest of the year. Bookings, deposits at an all-time high. I understand recession fears. That was a word that, looking into Carnival's CCL, looking into their earnings, that was a word that I kept seeing pop up. Is recession worries, which I guess is true. If we do slip into some kind of recession, obviously, cruises would be something that might fall to the wayside. Any kind of luxury, miscellaneous type stuff like that, I guess you would say. And of course, the way the mainstream media thinks, they always have, worst case scenario in the back of their head. So you always have to worry, should there be some kind of energy crisis, which is still on the table considering the war that's still going on over there. But I think recession fears was the main catalyst to drive it down 7.5% on what appeared to be front and bottom line beats on their earnings. So all right, 8 a.m. I'm gonna run and just freshen up my coffee real quick, guys. So just give me a quick few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll turn the music up a little bit so you all can vibe with this one. And I'll be right back in just 1 second. If you haven't done so already, make sure to hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Ding that notification bell. All that good stuff. And I'll be back with you in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's 8:07 on this terrific Tuesday. Thank you guys for being here. The Dow is falling hard. The Nasdaq futures still up, and S&P futures still up slightly. We got some data coming in at 8:30, about 20 minutes. Should move the market a little bit one way or another. Give us a little bit of insight into where we're going. Walgreens sinking like a stone, down 7.5%. Keep letting people steal from you, dum-dums. Bitcoin still making that climb, 30,705. We need 31 by the end of the day. What do you say, GTA? What do you know? What do you say? Mr. Germcore, Putin Morgan, my friend. You missed it earlier. We had a video featuring Birdie Hunter's sister. We watched a little bit of Christine Lagarde earlier, Germcorp, of her getting pranked in honor of her meeting with Jerome Powell this evening or tomorrow, whenever the time difference happens. Brina Bray, what's up, Bray? Good to see you. Good to see you. You guys are in for a treat today. My partner in crime, he's in rare form, so I'm looking forward to him coming on today. That should he's feeling good, looking good. Hopefully not drooling on himself. There we go. Germ, how you feeling, buddy? How you feeling? We're about due for another chat because I would love your take. I would love to know if you and Grant are still doing the same strategy, still playing those NASDAQ highs. I was reading too, Germcorp. You can appreciate this. I was reading. I meant to save the article. It was an article entitled something kind of wanna be clever. It was like a tale of two worlds or a tale of two markets, and it was essentially saying that that what's propping our market up is kind of the separation with the G7 countries and with BRICS, essentially forming two separate world economies. I don't know if I give that any credence. I think that they're way too intertwined to look at it that's simplified, but they may be onto something there. Ace Lee, what's up, Ace Lee? Okay, get your duel on. Man, not a lot popping. I like it, Germ. I like it. I think you're I think you're in the stages where I think you're in the late game stage, like around where people started really questioning a guy like Michael Burry in a situation like that where he was still dead on. And yeah, I think I still I can't logically see how you could be wrong in kind of your analysis, but again, we live in bizarro world, so anything's possible. But I like to play. I'm always keeping an eye on it, always cheering for you. Hopefully, my man Grant's doing well. Make sure to give him my tell him I said what up. Michael J. trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type exclamation point HEIST, then a space, and the number, whatever you want it to be. Oh, I'm over here trying to type in something that I'm not even. Guy on the Bitcoin video calling for 80K within a year. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. And I know I sound a little conspiratorial. I think there's gonna. I think BlackRock. I think BlackRock's investment in Coinbase. I think BlackRock getting awarded contracts along with JP Morgan to rebuild Ukraine in the aftermath is going to play into it. I'll even go as far as to say, if you've seen Larry Flint came out recently, CEO of BlackRock came out, and it was a couple of weird statements, almost disavowing ESG. And I think a part of that is the Bitcoin end of it. A gripe against Bitcoin has always been the energy consumption, the this, the that, the other. Seeing BlackRock step away from that, we've already seen them. It's I hate to say it because I'm a believer in Bitcoin, but it feels like collusion between possibly some governments, possibly some institutions to I don't know. It feels like there's going to be a lot of manipulation. Yeah, that was my prediction earlier. Germ Corp, not financial advice. I said that by the time that ETF launches, that we will see that we'll see 40,000 Bitcoin. Because now, if I'm correct in understanding this, these ETFs, these wouldn't be like leveraged ETFs. So these would be ETFs where they have to physically buy the Bitcoin and manage it in that sense. If I'm understanding it correctly, which I may not be, the leveraged ones they don't function that way, because you can't just buy and sell something or hold something, invest something, and get that leveraged play. So just like the SQs, they have to you pay a higher cost on something like the SQs on something that's leveraged, because you have to move derivatives around. That's how they get that leveraged price. Yeah, I think he's right on. I think it's and that's kind of been my motto the whole time, is everyone's worried about, and there's going to be a federal coin too. There's going to be, FedNow or FedPay. We know that it's happening. It's going to exist. But in keeping with the theme of today's world, with the kind of globalist outlook, I guess you could say, and maybe it's just greed. Maybe it's just greed, Germ Corp, that the powers that be, whoever you feel they may be or may not be, maybe just controlling a currency or several currencies that are localized to, say, a country. Maybe that wasn't enough for them. So I think I think digital currencies will replace regular currency in individual countries. So I think the US dollar will be a digital form at some point. But I feel like the only way that they're going to get a true world currency is through something like Bitcoin. So my thing has been, why are they going to build something out when they can just take over something that already exists? FedNow starts July 1st. Yeah. I believe from what Birdie said, there's a vote tomorrow or something on the digital currency over in Europe. So I mean, it's the control thing is what scares me, and what we listened to early, like because for the most part, our money is already digital. Sure, cash still exists, but I'd be willing to bet that the majority of transactions these days take place digitally. And it's not just a when you talk about a digital currency, I don't think that it's just all doom and gloom, all NWO, all they want to put the clamps on us. Sure, those fears exist. But I think it would be very disingenuous for us to act like the digital currency that we're used to right now, whether it's just a Visa or however you digitally, it's been a big improvement in our lives. The fact that a lot of you guys are probably too young to remember, but there was a time where stuff was delivered to your house like pizzas back in the day. You would call up and order some shit on it. You see something on TV, I want this, I want that, I'm calling. They would trust that you were going to pay them when they got to your house with the product. It was called COD, cash on delivery. It was a real pain in the ass. You had to be home. You had to have exact change. This guy doesn't have change. You know what I mean? So it's not all one-sided. The day that we get a digital dollar is the day. I mean, our freedoms have already been taken for the most part, and we didn't get mad about those. Some of us. That's either a genius way to look at it. I'm not sure, GTA. Imagine buying pre-sale for United States national cryptocurrency. Well, and I think a lot of people will tell you that XRP could be that one that that takes the step, and maybe it is. To me, if I have to bet on one cryptocurrency, it's going to be Bitcoin every time. Not saying that other ones don't have a chance, and there's we've had this conversation a bunch of times, but the bottom line is, I think the rest of unless something catastrophic was to happen to Bitcoin, which I guess it could, when you're dealing with something digital. I understand the security measures with the blockchain and this, that, and the other thing. Something catastrophic could happen when you're not dealing with a physical entity that can't be physically protected. Anything can happen. Yeah, see, I was for the longest time, Germ. I was a cash user, but I understand, and I agree with kind of the sentiment behind it. Of what I mean, of kind of not having that control. But for me, it's too hard to save money with cash. I get cash, I blow cash. Cash is so much easier to spend. Like you break a $20 bill, even if it's for something that's $2. It seems like that $20 is ghost. It's gone. You've ended up dwindling it. That's my only beef with cash. And that's a personal thing from being an idiot and an impulsive shopper, stuff like that. 8:22. We should be getting some of this data in about 8 minutes. And again, let me. So we get home sales, durable goods, and consumer confidence numbers here in just about 7 minutes. You know, I don't know what happened there, Aisley. I can say 100% that no media is really telling us the whole or the true story behind it, and it may not be because they're trying to push any misinformation. I don't think that people really know quite what went on. I listened to Putin's speech yesterday. Whatever. I listened to the statement that the guy from the Wagner Group put out. I think it probably is kind of what it appears to be. I wouldn't go as far as to call it an attempted coup. I would call it some kind of uprising, but I guess labels as far as insurrection and stuff like that don't really mean much these days. But it was an attempt. How maybe military minds or anything like that view Putin or Russia, I couldn't tell you. We're all idiots. I collect all the change from notes and put it into a big wiki bottle, then change it back to notes when it builds up, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it was I think it was a lot more serious, Aisley, and I think there was I just don't know what they were trying to what they were trying to prove. I don't know if they were really trying to overthrow the Russian government, if it was just a disagreement with the Ministry of Defense, the MOD. I don't know. And obviously, you know, especially when it comes to something like this, you're not going to believe reports coming out of Russia, and you can't believe reports coming out of the West. You kind of got to imagine somewhere in between that being the real thing. But I don't think it was any kind of staged event. I think there was and take it for what it's worth, Putin actually acknowledged the lives that were lost at the hands of the Wagner Group. They shot down a couple either helicopters or aircraft. I'm not sure if he named the pilots by name, but he did mention that. So, you know, people died. It wasn't a pretty event. I don't know. I mean, I look at the positive side of it is there was minimal casualties. It's not like a crap ton of people died. And like I said yesterday, maybe this shakes things up enough to see some kind of outlet for some kind of peace over there. I know that's wishful thinking, but you know, this shit has to end at some point. There's innocent people dying on both sides, and enough's enough. You know, I wouldn't like to see either side declare the winner, because I don't think either side is good. And I don't think that when this is, even if it ended today, I don't think you could call either one of these countries a winner. I think you call them both losers in this war, because thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people have died for nothing, for a big dick swinging contest. You know, between a dictator and a comedian. It sounds like a premise for a horrible movie, yet here we are. So maybe we'll see something positive come out of this, and who knows? Who knows? All right, 3 minutes before we get some of this data. Another heist going on in the chat. Get in on that. But you know what? Before we get that, we'll do something a little bit more positive. A little bit more positive. So on this day in history, Helen Keller was born. How about that? 143 years ago on this day, Helen Keller was born with full sight and hearing in Alabama. Before the age of 2, she was stricken with disease and left deaf and blind. But at 24, she became the first deaf and blind American to earn a bachelor's degree, and she became a world-famous speaker and author of 12 books, the first while she was still in college. So happy birthday to Helen Keller. Also on this day in 1987, Whitney Houston became the first woman in U.S. history to enter the album chart at number 1 with her self-titled album, Whitney. She is the only artist ever to chart 7 consecutive number 1 songs on Billboard's Top 100 chart, and also became the first woman to top the singles chart with 4 consecutive releases when I Want to Dance with Somebody hit number 1. Also, one more thing on this day, the first federal do not call list went into effect, with the U.S. registering more than 735,000 phones for a list that blocks some of the unwelcome solicitations of telemarketers, except for charities and political groups, and that happened in 2003 on this day. And we should be getting this data any moment now. Oh, damn. Brina got a rhyme for Helen Keller. That's OG. I like it. I like it. I used to have a tough time when I was a kid. I used to mix up Helen Keller and Lizzie Borden for some reason. Tragic. Tragic, tragic, tragic. All right, awaiting this this data here. Ford news. Ford confirmed that news that we heard yesterday as far as layoffs in the U.S. and Canada, mainly in the engineering department. Okay, made durable goods orders. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Come on. Come on. They don't want to give it to me. Oh, Germ Corp beat me to the punch. Durable goods orders 1.7%, expected negative 0.8%, last 1.2%. So it looks like the market's reacting positively to these numbers. Oh, wow, Jane. Helen Keller's a distant aunt of yours on your paternal grandmother's side of the family. Wow, that's awesome. That's man. You got Helen Keller in the family. You got Flock of Seagulls living down the street. That's a storybook life right there, Miss Jane Hammond. Can't really ask for much more. And I thought having John Wayne Bobbitt drive me around in a limo was cool. Here you are breaking bread with Helen Keller. That's fantastic. Yeah, so market cooking up up to the upside on these this durable goods. This is the first news to come out, and again, that was up 1.7 versus a negative estimate. So you know people, they love durable goods, and it's showing right now. We should get some housing numbers here shortly. Along with consumer sentiment, but yeah, this slingshot the market up. Don't get too carried away. Might be a quick reaction. But the Dow's moved about 40 points so far just on this news. And I would have to say, looks like it's probably going to go green before the open. S&P in the green, Nasdaq still holding more green now. Look at you guys, all kinds of famous relatives. I knew that, Sabrina, about June Carter. I did remember that. That's wild. Someday. Nikki's got to make it big. All right, so we got the first numbers we were looking for. Jane Hammond getting those grandmas in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. That'll wake you up. Yeah. Get them grannies. That's when you know it's going to be a good day. Mm-hmm. So Dow still pushing up. We might go green here on the Dow. All right, Germ Corp. We will be here, my friend. Oh, you know I'll keep encouraging her. You know I'm a bad influence, Michael. All right, 54 minutes before the horses are on the track. How you guys feeling today? What's everybody looking at? I gave you my my recovery play of the day, and again, I don't necessarily think that this is going to be an overnight thing, but just to show you again real quick, where I like it to. I like it to fill this gap back up here. So sitting at $3.09 right now, up 2% in the pre-market. I would, again, not financial advice, I would play this to get back up near the $4 mark. Again, I didn't go too deep into the company. It's tough with sports betting companies because there's a lot of financials that I'm still kind of trying to understand and trying to learn about, as far as, I wouldn't call them subsidies because that's not what they are. Caesar, maybe you can help me out with this. It seems going through their financials, then I kind of compared it a little bit with DraftKings. There's a lot of one-time payments that are tax related, based on the nature of the business being sports gambling. So that part I don't have a great understanding. I'm trying to learn it. But again, their expansion outside of the U.S., particularly in the Middle Eastern area, kind of intrigued me. Now, this isn't something like we looked at yesterday. This didn't fall 60, 70%. It only took a 20% hit yesterday, which is, if you're holding the stock, that's a big hit. Don't get me wrong. But we're not talking about something that's plummeted. And when we do talk about those, because we will, a play like yesterday, okay, it dropped 60%. Now, when I say recovery, I'm not looking for it to gain all that 60% back, even over time, a lot of the time. But you take a 60% loss, you're now at a position where you can play for 10% to the upside. And I don't want to say you're going to get it every time, because absolutely you're not. Nothing is guaranteed. But a 10% recovery after a 60% loss isn't something that's eye-popping, isn't something that, you're even that's even going to be talked about. But at the same time, it's a bit of a, to me, a bit of a lower risk way to make some money. But at the same time, the Dow just about to go green now. So the Dow's moved about 65, 70 points now since we got those durable goods numbers.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
So this is my jump off right here. This is my jump off 840, guys. BDTX flying. Thank you, Brie. Black Diamond Therapeutics. Whoa, Black Diamond. Lamb to lamb. 352 up 93%. What we got cooking here? Black Diamond Therapeutics announces initial dose escalation data demonstrating anti-tumor activity of BDTX 1535 in non-small cell lung cancer patients across multiple EGFR mutation families. Okay. CNTG, another one flying here. Centogene and Lifera, a biopharma company owned by the PIF, enter strategic collaboration, forming Saudi Arabian joint venture to increase access to leading data-driven multi-omic testing and securing Centogene $30 million investment. ACIU, another one moving. AC Immune receives FDA Fast Track designation for anti-amyloid beta active immunotherapy, ACI 24.060, to treat Alzheimer's disease. Boy, I'll tell you what, if you were an optimist and you follow the stock market as extensively as we do, you would think by now that there's 8 different cures for Alzheimer's disease, and folks that suffer from that could just choose from the various cures out there, because it seems like every other week we get something, whether it's making a breakthrough, whether it's getting approval for this, which I'm not knocking. It's a good thing, but it's just it wears on you, and I'm sure some of you would agree. Sabrina, I'm sure you cover as much or more news than any of us. How many times do you see really positive news, especially in Alzheimer's? It seems like we've seen that more than any over the last few years, and it gives you hope. But then yet here we are. Yeah, cancer too, same thing. Same thing. Good morning, milady. That was for you. And Mr. Business, hope you guys are doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. AREB, American Rebel, announces 1 for 25 reverse stock split. We all know how that usually works out. AREB. So up 17% in the pre-market. See if that sticks. We'll see if that sticks. I'm trying to do the math in my head. 1 for 25, so it closed at 18. Yeah, it's up because 20 cents would have been $5. Not a whole lot of volume, and I have to wonder, Sabrina. I have to wonder if anybody that's holding AREB right now is in one of those situations that we found ourselves in with certain stocks over the years, where a reverse split happens. We get some price action. The stock kind of rockets like this is up 16%. But, and this is a big but the times that I was involved in this, I did it with APOP, which turned into QNRX for educational purposes. I didn't have access to my stocks. So it also happened with the BBIG Tide dividend. Watched it go from up around these levels, up 20%, to by the time I got my hands on the shares, down 30-40%. So I would not be surprised in the least. This AREB sitting at 558 right now. I would not be surprised in the least if we're down sub 450 by 5-10 minutes into the open. But you don't have to take my word for it. Oh, damn, Germ. I had to push it a half mile to the gas station. Oh, luckily you're a big, buff young man. I'm sure you could handle that, but you know what, though, Germ Corp? It has to get better from here. It has to get better from here. When you get those days that aren't off to a great start, you got to look upside. You got to look upside. And I read an interesting study kind of speaking on that yesterday. I forget that there is a name of it. There is a scientist or doctor or whoever that studied this. And what they say is that if you're somebody that takes your work home with you, or even if you're somebody that works in an office or any kind of setting like that, that the way to do it is to never finish what you're doing. So I'm up late at night, going through this, going through that, doing this, trying to do that. And what they say is to not finish in, who was it? It was a famous author that kind of, that was the same way. Whenever they wrote, they would finish on a half a sentence. Like they would finish their work on an incomplete thought, so that the next day our brains are trained to kind of keep that thought fresh. Whereas if you finish up everything, kind of close the book on something, you're essentially starting with a reset the next morning to have to. So, something to think about. I don't know where I was going with that, but it interested me because I kind of do feel that way. If I finish something, as much as you think that you're going to be relieved to get something. So, for example, something for the show. If I can get everything finished the night before, just have to wake up, do whatever. But then you wake up and you're like you almost have to restart again. It's very strange. This BDTX is still cranking like a friggin' soldier boy out here. 398, 116% gains now for BDTX, Black Diamond Therapeutics. Yeah, I wish I could remember the writer that it was, because it's someone very it's someone that every single one of you guys know. It was like I can't remember. See, if I wouldn't have finished reading the whole thing, I'd probably remember it. But I actually proved it right just in reading it. So yeah. 8:47, guys. Perfect time to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. We should be having my other half coming to join us sometime soon here. Oh, the Ralph Lauren CEO is live on CNBC right now. I can only imagine what he has to say. Bitcoin still trying to make that push. 30,753 on Bitcoin right now. AREB spiking further up to 575 now, up 22.5% after doing that 1 for 25 reverse split. So a run up into the split. AREB closed up 21% yesterday, closed at 18.77 cents. Reverse split happened overnight. And now running up 22.5%. Again, something to be careful with here because I would be willing to bet a kidney that not all the shares have been allocated yet. So expect some kind of sell-off when people do get access to those shares. AMC, haven't talked much about AMC. Hanging out above $4. We have 404. Boy, look at that barcode right there. I'm still kind of waiting news on when this, when, if, how this whole merger is going to take place. Or conversion, excuse me, not merger. Conversion of AMC, or APE back to AMC. Yeah, it is looking weird, Bree. It looks like somehow only 25 trades in after hours or pre-market trading has pushed this thing up 14.5%. I don't think it'll keep that price as a little bit more volume comes in on MOD. But yeah, very strange. And BDTX still on the run. So 137% now on BDTX. Can't stop, won't stop. Walgreens still taking a licking. Down over 8%. Oh, CEI up 3.5% in the pre-market. Getting right back into GTA's loading zone, 70 cents. So make sure if your name's GTA to get your buy order in out there. That's CEI, Camber Energy. The auto market, with the exception of Ride, we're up across the board. At least 1%, just about across the board. PSNY, Polestar up just over 1%. Centro up over 1%. Mullen up 3.5%. And you have to start wondering with Lordstown Motors filing for bankruptcy, Mullen, I know that there's probably still some people in here that are into Mullen, but you have to wonder if a company like them is going to be the next on the chopping block. Because so you look at Lordstown Motors, you look at this bankruptcy. Now, if you're a smaller company like Mullen, do you start trying to shop the company before it's too late, and you're trying to shop the company out, outside of bankruptcy? Now, Mullen's claimed to have cash, this, that, and the other thing. Just like Maury Povich, what's his name? Mishri, the Mullen CEO, claims that it's a good company, but the stock price would tell us otherwise. So maybe we see somebody like them. Now, I think when you get into, like Rivian, companies like that, I think that Rivian's built itself up enough, and it helped with the Amazon backing, the Ford backing. So I don't think they're in trouble. I don't think Polestar is in trouble, but you have to think that Ride, maybe this will be the start of something. Hopefully not, but all right, Miss Gina, enjoy that sunshine. Enjoy Florida. I'll holler at you. I'm sure I'll talk to you later. Go have some fun in the sun. 6 minutes before 9 o'clock. We should be having a knock on the door here any time now. Lucid pulling back a little bit, still up 4%. So Lucid, a wild day yesterday. Had some real big gains going into the day. You look over here, ran up to 628. Fell back with the market when we had that kind of afternoon sell-off. But again, 2 straight days with positive catalysts for Lucid. AREB is freaking flying on this reverse split. I mean, and there's decent amount of volume too. 240,000 trades so far in the pre-market. That's not bad. So what was the last reverse split that we seen go to the upside? I think it was Shift Pixie. PIXY, I believe. That had a moment in the sun right after that's reverse split. But again, I'm not buying it until the market's open and until I want to see that everybody has their shares allocated to them. Because I feel like we've seen this we've seen this play out before. Mr. Arctic Fox Alaska, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, a 1 for 25 reverse split on AREB, and pumping after this, though. So it might break the trend. BDTX still cooking up 128%. Average went to $33. Yeah, that's crazy when that happens. Crazy when that happens. That's how the APOP thing happened with me, which turned into the QNRX, where it's like, yeah, I didn't pay that much for a share, but I understand why it on paper looks like I did. And maybe this hangs on. Maybe it's the exception to the rule. Still just came back down, ran up to 687. Very tough for me to believe price action on reverse splits the day that it's enacted until the market opens. There's just too much fuckery. Oh, look at that. My lady coming in with that super cat. Let's go. Thank you very much, Miss Lady Robin, whatever. You and Nunya, two of my favorites. Very, very much appreciated. Let's go. I don't need no money to fix them toes. Ace Lee, my toes are on point. Nails on fleek, cuticles on swole. I keep it thorough. Very much appreciated, my lady. You know, just seeing you and Nunya is all the pleasure I need, but very, very much appreciated. Oh, you got in on the low, Bree, on XELA. Average on XELA is $6,107.47. What's XELA at? You guys are saying? Okay, well it's at 497. Hey, you're up 2% in the pre-market, Bree. If this thing 3 million X's, you'll be right back in the green, baby girl. Oh, GTA says Shiba Inu will get you get all of it for you back. Okay. Made 20% gains on meds yesterday. Nice. Did you get out of it before we seen it start coming back down? Where we at now on meds? We were down about 17-18% earlier. And Arctic, I'm still intrigued about that buyout kind of information that we got yesterday. Okay, so down about 13%. Did you drop space news earlier, Sabrina? Did I miss it? Something about a launch? Was that space or was that something else? Oh yeah, here we go. Virgin Galactic expected to launch on June 29th. Boy, that's ballsy. That's ballsy after Submarine Gate. I guess this is way less dangerous though than that dumb looking at the Titanic. So Virgin Galactic will embark on a research mission for the Italian Air Force as its first commercial mission. The hell are they researching for the Italian Air Force? Colonel Walter Velade, Lieutenant Colonel Angelo Landolfi, and Pantaleone Carlucci will board VSS Unity for a 90-minute flight and conduct 13 scientific research experiments, Galactic said in the statement. The live stream of the launch will begin at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on the day of the flight. Now, for those of you who were lucky enough to watch a previous flight with space that was an info commercial, pretty much hosted by the dad from Happy Days. It was awful. It was a huge waste of time. Everything sucked about watching it because there was people who weren't astronauts calling themselves astronauts for getting on a plane, and it was just ridiculous. Oh, GTA, you're one of those people slanging helicopter rides to the moon? What is going on? What is all this ding, ding, ding? I know it's on my end, and I don't know why. All right, it is 9:03. I think that there might be a knock on the door. Oh, he's touching something. All right, Bree. Okay, then I do it for a one pee touch. Michael J., you've been corrupted by Enzo. I love it. Probably with his lips. Fantastic. Well played. Well played. You know what you get for that, Michael J.? You get a...
Oh, yeah!
Good morning, sir. I'll unmute you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Are you there? Are you there? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let's go full screen. There he is. There he is, guys. Laugh at him because we can't hear him. Unmute, unmute, unmute. Abort, abort.
I don't know why I went and unmuted the wrong one.
No, it's all good. Michael J. says I speak Enzo now. Thank you.
Goddamn right she does. Yeah. I mean, why not? You know what I mean?
Oh, that was
at this point, I'm hearing nothing other than good things about the Enzo Ebonics class. So, we're you're passing this. You're passing tests with flying colors. You're looking good. How's everybody doing? Good morning. Big day. I think. I'm concerned about a couple of things. All of this, you just shut it off for a second, and you can see your gaps to your upside. You obviously have that 435. Here's where this gets interesting. 435 is where a shitload of people right now are piling calls at. And if I were just a betting man, I would go and assume that they're more than likely going to go, since Tesla ran right back in and kind of wicked down. It did hold, but still, I think that's kind of an indicator that we're hitting this 200 over and over and over again. We're coming to the downside. I would not be alarmed if this does try to go up to 248 on Tesla or so. But I'm going to be looking to get out of those 240 puts with any type of downside. I would like to have this candle right here, 240.83, be support. So this is kind of where I'm going on Tesla. Sorry, I know the charts are a pain in the ass right now to read. I will fix them shortly. But this little gap right here, it's not really worth the fuck, but it is the same exact, and I'll show you. If you look over here and you zoom into this, it's kind of the same type of bullshit where you just kind of fell through and didn't really do anything. If you want to go and hold this, exactly, that green candle is the one that basically kept it from supporting this area in the first place. So it comes down, it reloads, and then it makes a storm back up to the top, then uses that same area as support. I need to either wick down and use it as support and continue to keep going and not even give a shit, or, which is very, very, very possible, looking to possibly get something in and out 240. I think that there's a very good upside to Tesla. I'm concerned that anything in the market right now could go and definitely play kind of the what's the word I'm looking for here? the spoiler of the market. So, but Amazon right here, I was telling you guys all day on Monday, and I think Friday as well. I'm looking for this to go to 108. Well, it's right here at 107, 108.03, or excuse me, 108.30. I think that it's got some decent support. I'm going to go and hope that we get to pull back a little bit. And this is kind of why I go and turn my mind off to the news. Everything in their brother right now is saying everybody's extremely bullish on Tesla, and I'm not quite understanding why. I'm bullish on Tesla in the sense of if it comes to the original buys that I want, or excuse me, if it comes to the buys that I prefer, then yeah, I could definitely take some upside. I'm concerned that this goes and breaks north against me, because obviously you did get a very, very nice movement back through, what was that? That was durable good yeah, durable goods. Wait. Can you give me a rundown on those numbers real quick? We were expecting minus, I guess, negative 0.8, and we ended up getting a 1.7%.
Yeah.
And that's all the market did? It doesn't seem right. Here's your level.
Well, I think it's another. I think we're back in that area where good economic data might not be good economic data, because then maybe it means that the Feds have to raise again in July.
Yes, the old razzle dazzle. They don't put any fucking gas in their cars apparently down there. They're fucking dog shit.
Garbage.
Garbage, bud. Just absolute dog shit. Really.
Yeah.
Really, mate. I'm looking for on the SPY couple areas. You obviously can see the SPY's downtrend coming back off that Head and Shoulders. Tesla kind of looks very similar to me. But Tesla kind of looks like it Head and Shouldered up here at the 264 area. However, there are another little area that we can go and do the exact same shit off of. If that happens, then that brings Tesla down to 230. So be cognizant of that. No shot. So my concern on Tesla is that I want to break this red line to the upside. This is my support. This big red line here. I want to see Tesla break through this area, because I need this to go, and this is a very, very big support, or excuse me, resistance to the downside just right now trend wise. However, if you're looking at Tesla right now, you could possibly be looking at something along the lines of this as well, which you don't have to be a genius to see that this could very, very easily go back this way. Depending on how you're going to draw this, I'm just going to kind of use the same thing that I've been using, where we're just using these channeled entries and exits. And I got to do a better job of cleaning this shit up. But
Keep an eye on Walgreens too, because they're not a heavy hitter in the Dow, but they are in the Dow. And being that there's only 30 stocks, when you got one of them down 9%, it definitely takes a toll. They are kind of heavy in the S&P too, Walgreens.
Okay.
They're heavier in the S&P because they have a higher market cap, which is what bases that. But theoretically, they're higher in the Dow because they're one of 30 stocks.
Oh, okay. That really came that hard. That would, I mean, Google's going to be down 114, 112 by the end of the day if it follows this pattern. But I think it's more than likely going to just adopt this one. It gives me the ability to say everything probably tries to run up and retest these highs real quick. Here's my issue is I hate the fact that this downtrend right here, this downtrend's a big fucking deal. With the ability to watch Tesla continue to kind of hold a bunch of different areas, but mainly the the 240, 250, like I was putting in the chat earlier. I would be concerned that you get a hold on Tesla and it just comes right back up to the upside. That being said, if I see some downside moving on Tesla, I'm going to get out of my position, but I'm going to more than likely take a further out in strike price and further out in time set of options on Tesla, just because I don't want to get stuck with my pants around my ankles. We're sitting here basically going with the possibility of 260 today or 230, in my opinion. Depending on how much pressure we go and see coming into the market. With that also being said, you're looking at EVs. I think Polestar is what MIA was talking about earlier. A lot of companies like that. Lucid. Let's give Lucid a look. Yeah, we got a decent little pickup there, but if
do you think Lordstown, what's going on with Lordstown Motors is a one-off?
I don't want to even. I've lost so much goddamn money in Lordstown Motors. I'd fucking spit in that stock's mouth right now.
Well, I mean it's obviously like the auto industry isn't as intertwined as like the banking industry, where you see a bank fall, you know that there's another one. There's, this could be a one-off, but do you think it is, or do you think that this is a sign that smaller EV companies are in trouble?
I mean, I definitely think there's a big issue with a lot of the how are we going to go and substantiate all of these fucking EVs. You guys might want to think about that and go back to the drawing board, because there's just physically not enough. There's not physically enough energy.
With what it looks like with the U.S. kind of going towards it seems like, for all intents and purposes, that if these companies are going to partner up with Tesla to basically make Tesla the superchargers, are these smaller companies going to be able to foot that bill? I mean, we've already heard Tesla, what did they say, that'll create something like $5 or $6 billion in revenue.
No, yeah, we're all that's doing, in my opinion, is just going and monopolizing further the hold on the EV.
Is Elon the humanitarian that some people think that he is? We've talked a lot about the open source on a lot of the Tesla technology, stuff like that. Will he cut deals with these smaller companies or does he become a ruthless Elon? And does he, you can't afford my supercharger? Fuck you, pay me. And next thing you know, Tesla absorbs 3 small companies.
Well, I mean, I think that if anybody thinks that Elon's going to give up a chance to miss a huge business deal or potential Tesla altering deal, like the universal hookups and charging ports and shit like that. I think that with everybody in his ass, this is one of those things that I don't give a shit what anybody in the block says right now. He's not going to go and miss something like that right now, especially with everybody literally just blowing down his, like, breathing down his neck, questioning everything about Twitter. I would say more certain than not is going to go and make sure that that deal goes through. However, I don't know how the fuck he's going to go and find the energy for it. It doesn't matter if he goes and fucking has $15 trillion. I don't give a shit. You don't have the fucking energy or the mineral resources or anything like that to go and punch any goddamn number of time duration. They're fucking retarded.
Okay.
That's
so
another
let me-
way to turn off your power, guys. Jesus
Just-
Christ.
different spin on that. Let me play off what you're saying. As far as I agree, Elon is definitely under a microscope. I would say that there's still a 5% hope in my mind that, like, Elon's one of the good guys, that Elon's really, not a globalist, not of this, not of that. So maybe
Quick question. A
and
side note.
wants to better humanity, and if he sees this as something that will better humanity, okay, in his mind, Tesla is the best. Whether it is or not, that I guess you can debate that. So he has to think that their supercharging technology is the best, both for the environment and for the consumer. So by that end, do you think that his altruistic values to save society are enough for him to say, well, we're going to do this for the better of humanity as opposed to just the dollar? I agree with you. I think you're 99% right that he's not going to let a business move like that go. But I think there's still a slim chance with him of a wild card thing, because he might look at it like, well, if I do this
Shit, I don't get my fight with Zuck now, so I might as well beat the shit out of somebody else.
he can just look at it like, this gets some more liberal people back on my side. This gets more people to Twitter. This benefits my other businesses.
See, that's my question. That was my question for you. I'm glad that you said it again. What are your thoughts, being the entertainment factor for me on most nights when, if you haven't checked out MIA on Twitter, it's some funny shit. It's not always good. It's not always funny. It's not always haha, but it's some fucking good shit. But you're usually over there. I think it's interesting how with all the Hunter Biden stuff going on, any reason why Twitter decided to go and suppress all of the words Hunter Biden, basically, and why that happened? Because I believe he's been preaching. That was my only question, is I think Elon's been a good guy until I watched him go and, assumingly it was him, going and shutting down the Hunter Biden trending topic or whatever the fuck. But you couldn't go and find any information.
It probably got shut down for good reason, whether through an algorithm or something, because
drugs, guns, whatever the fuck is.
Because people are idiots for the most part and want to focus on all the wrong shit, and that's what the conversation becomes when you talk about Hunter Biden. You can't have adult conversations. You can't talk about the actual accusations. It becomes a mudslinging, and there's so many hot button issues. There's so many emotional topics involved in it that it goes off the rails so quickly. It turns into a drug debate. It turns into a what's a nice word for whatever accusations with kids, whatever you want to call it. It goes down that road. It goes to which all this shit's fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but like, okay, if there's evidence of that, just like if there's evidence of anybody on the fucking planet, including my best friends or anybody that I love, if they did anything like that, they should be charged to the fullest, and I think 99% of people agree with that.
I don't think they should be charged at all.
I think
they should be taken out back and fucking shot.
Yeah, but again, there has to be solid proof. And I know there's people that say, well, I seen the video and I seen this and I seen that. Maybe people have. Until I see some R. Kelly shit with a girl holding up an ID getting pissed on. Okay, like,
well, here's the thing about that though, is like, that's the shit that we need to go back and start doing is, yo, if you're gonna have the balls to call a man, woman, regardless, out for rape, if I don't think a lot of people go, or any type of sex crime, like, I don't think people go and realize that it does actually really fuck, even if it's like a completely false statement, it really fucks up people who, like, you have to go through your life fixing that moment forever. But
you're lost his job. Okay, I know this is an extreme example, but the guy, you get a once in a lifetime opportunity to play in the NFL. You lose your job, you lose your livelihood for stuff that's all been proven to be completely not true. Not even like, oh, well, there wasn't enough evidence. No. Like, now he's suing ESPN. He's going to be set for life anyways because of all these people that defamed him. But that still doesn't make up for it. That still doesn't make up for the humiliation, you know, and it goes both ways. It's a horrible thing to me outside of murder. I mean, I guess you got to always consider murder the worst possible thing. Any kind of sexual assault to me, especially on a woman, is the next most heinous crime. A woman or a child. It's the most heinous crimes out there.
Absolutely.
It's not a coincidence that it has the highest recidivism rate of any crime, because you're not right in the head if you're able to do that. Whether it's an adult, a kid, anybody. If you do that shit, you're not right in the head. And
no.
Loud people, like, I'm sorry, I'm all for second chances.
No.
Yeah, you get a second chance. Hey, you embezzle a couple million from your company because you wanted to give your family a better future. Even you deserve a second chance. Do a little time, come out, we'll work it out. You force yourself on someone sexually, you should never see the light of day.
Absolutely.
Your dick should be cut off right there.
1 jillion.
One and done.
On gang. On Fo and M. By the way, we got 5 minutes going into market here. I'm liking the market to kind of give you a little bit of upside fake here. And I really want them to go to like 440, or excuse me, 434 or so. I would find it very risky. See this blue line here? This is what I'm concerned about. We wanted to push back up directly into that and then got so smacked into yesterday. This is a reaction that I think the market kind of got pushed to, and I think that it's more kind of trying to set up a bottom for the SPY to try to go back up to the upside. However, I think the SPY has the ability to come to the downside of easily same thing we were chasing yesterday, 431. I want the 431 break. I'm not looking for a lot more, but I am looking for some decent. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I am definitely looking for this to kind of replay the 430 area. The only reason that I think the 431, 430 area would be decent is because of this breakup that we had. I think the 430, 40 area is proper, a decent buy, but and that's only reactionary to just the just what I'm seeing right this moment. But I genuinely think that you're going to probably get some more downside just because it has more ability to affect the options that are going into this week. Keep your eye out for the fact that the SPY today is at a 0.97. Put the call 0.93. There's 28,740 calls to the 435, and there's a decent block right there to the 430 and 429 or 428. Isn't Pal talking or something today?
Tomorrow morning.
Okay. So yeah, here we got like, here's what's interesting to me right now, and which I don't like to see. I'm watching the big names start to pull back, and the SPY is starting to try to move up and forward. What that gives me the ability to believe is that if we do see Tesla to the upside with a decent amount of, if we do see the SPY to the decent amount of upside, by the time that these bottom out and go to the bottom of their candles and hit red, we're gonna be so fucked. Like if the SPY just continues to rise, that we'll be over and above support. So whenever these are ready to come off of their support or get back to their support, we're going to be breaking over resistance on the SPY by ourselves, and then the market comes and stampedes and fucks on everything else and blows everything to the top side. I would be very, very, very careful with that today. Meta, I'm looking for a break here. Market is going hot in 1 minute, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here. I know MIA does as well. If we see any of the market, we will definitely let you know, like always. MIA, anything you got?
No, I would just look at maybe a pullback from that reaction to those numbers earlier. I think you pointed it out with the reaction wasn't huge. Well, it was a pretty big reaction just for durable goods. But again, it may sustain, but I think it definitely brings the Fed more into question. But we got some time. That the FOMC isn't until late July, 27th, 28th, something along those lines.
Ding, ding, ding.
All right, guys. Good luck. Oh, IPO market. We got an IPO. Couple IPOs tapped for this week. I'll try to get a list. They just said there's 6 companies expected to tap over 100 million each.
I just got out of my Teslas for a minute because they're running to the upside. Here is that little run that I was talking about. So we're going to see where she goes. I don't think that it's going to have much.
Well, we're in almost an identical channel that we were in yesterday around this time. Actually, we started down and we flew up in the beginning, so we're ahead of pace, but we're about right where it turned yesterday. If you remember, the NASDAQ flipped, the Dow was hovering, the NASDAQ flipped, ran up, and then completely flipped the other way.
Oops, I want to see this. I want to see this stop right here and just not even give a big hurrah, nothing. Just sit the fuck down.
What I'm looking at is this momentum shift where the Dow either holds or keeps moves up slightly with the NASDAQ pulling back. And we're seeing that right now. The Dow now up almost 0.2%. NASDAQ falling back up 0.47. So with those two, with what I look at with the Dow and the S&P and the Nasdaq, it does when you have one stock moving a big way that's in the Dow.
There's Tesla's downside right there.
Yeah, if you have one stock in the Dow that's moving bigly, it throws the dimension to the spread off a little bit. So just a warning there. But you see that exactly happening. You see the Dow actually rising, with the Nasdaq falling, now up just 0.37%.
I might be going long here on Tesla.
Well, and this could be those type of days where Tesla goes against the market if the market does start coming back. I'm looking for the Dow to flip the S&P first. They're under 0.1%. They started off 0.25% difference. That gap's closing quickly. And the Nasdaq's not far behind. We'll see. And this is early movement, guys. We're 4 minutes in. So not enough to warrant.
I think SPY is going to give you a better buy here in a second. Market's trying to push up. That candle was dog shit.
Oh shit, Jane. That's going on tomorrow? Oh yes, big prayers, big prayers. So cool. So cool. And my apologies that I couldn't be any more help. You know how it is. My sister reached out to some people, didn't get many answers, and you know how that goes. But yeah, you are an amazing sister. She is beyond lucky to have you, and this is going to be truly a joyous moment. Everything's going to go just fine, and that's going to be amazing. It's going to be that moment. That moment when she sees you, I think is probably going to be, fuck. I'm gonna start crying thinking about it. But that's just amazing, amazing. And I know the sacrifices you've made. I know you don't look at it that way, but what you've done to make this possible, and like Sabrina said, you're just a great sister. Trust me, I love my sister to death. She's amazing, and I could only hope that she would be there for me the way that you are. It's just it's a dose of what matters in life, and it's just awesome. It's not a bad thing, Jane. It's a good thing, and I personally appreciate you sharing with us and including us in this, and letting us support you and support her. And it's I can't wait for the final outcome. I know the next 2 days will probably be super stressful for you. I can't imagine.
If you need anything, let us know.
Yeah, absolutely, and absolutely keep us posted. And yeah, just awesome. All right, Enzo, make these people some money now.
So I'm looking at the fact that Tesla is sitting here at 230, or I'm looking at the 230 area, but I'm probably gonna start buying 235s. But I might give it a run a little bit to the upside of this 200 because it seems to want to go that way. The SPY, I told you I'm going to be shorting right off of that, like I wanted to say it was 434 flat or so, but starting to have some trouble here. I went and got out of my Tesla 240 puts, and glad I did. But I'm looking to rebuy into them. I don't want to see the market go to 249 right this moment, because if it does, I mean, I can just short it at that point. But you see the SPY going higher here, so the fact that the SPY is up like that, is problematic to me. Because it looks like the SPY is getting weak. SQs are really just trying to really push hard underneath the 200. I think that you can probably go and try the short side. I'm going to be going and
Oh, that's awesome, Bree. Okay, so eight days with patches and stuff. Okay, and I'm sure that'll be some of the 8 longest days of both your life, but you're gonna get through it. This Dow wants to flip the S&P, so we got the Dow now up 0.4%, S&P up 0.43%, the Nasdaq up 0.5%. So Nasdaq only slightly up from where it opened, where you got the Dow up over 1/3% from where it opened, S&P up slightly from where it opened.
trying to buy Tesla 240s for 400 a piece. But actually,
AREB trying to crack that $6 mark, 28% gains, right around $6, 602, 598, 26% gains on AREB. Again, that's coming off of a 1 for 25 reverse split. NEO on the move as well. NEO up over 5%. BDTX selling off since the open here. Black Diamond Therapeutics. We've seen that run up to 460 in the pre-market, down now at 346. Still up 88% of the day.
this might bounce. This might bounce just because of where AMD is right now. If AMD comes and falls through that 107 area, I'd feel a hell of a lot better than I do. But right this moment, if we go and hold here, that's going to be Palantir at 14. That's Netflix at 218.60. That's Microsoft at 333 and actually looking decent. MVIS trying to hold green. Intel Intel's trying to go green and stay green. Nvidia's back over the 410. AMD's looking like it's solid, but SPY's looking like it has a little gas pedal to. It looks like the SPY wants to break up so bad right here, and the fact that it does, I'm okay with. I'm like I told you, we were getting out of most of the shit that we had to, of course, most of the shit that we had to the downside, so that we could get back in at other places right here. So we're out of these, which we could have just bought back at 400. I'm not going to currently. We are out of the 430s. I like the fact that Tesla's back over the 244, or it was over the 244 for a second. I just feel like the market might want to give me a little bit more, but I do like the area that I'm holding right here on the SQs, even though it's not that big of a deal, but it's definitely a place of importance.
All right, I'm gonna let you do your thing for a bit. I gotta take off, take care of a few things, but I will be in the chat and listening on the other side.
Yes, sir.
And keep an eye on Neo. Neo is freaking flying.
Okay.
All right, fam. Appreciate you guys coming out. I know it's early for some of y'all, but we get it in, and I will either talk to you guys later today or tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Be there, be square.
I just went short on Tesla at 235. I got 235 puts for this week. That's to the 235 area. Thank you. Keep going. Meta, come on down. Grab that 280. SPY's coming back. Now here's the issue. SPY might try to just go and continue to move high and lag behind the market. What I'm going to look for is, where's Bitcoin? Why isn't Bitcoin shit in the bed for me? Hey, Tesla, I don't know what the fuck you're doing right now, but that's not it, I promise. SPY 31 puts for the 28th are spicy, but I'm kind of looking to see if, well, now Tesla's doing this shit, so now I want to short it again. For some reason, I feel like the 31. Meta's coming back up to the upside, trying to carry. We did this the other day. We did this the other day. We faked to the upside. Meta's just fucking flying back to the top side. However, it looks like it's getting rejected to me, and I feel like I just want to go short and the SPY today. SPY, I think you're dog shit. Tesla, I think you're worse right now. SPY's trying to come back. Are you gonna recover or are you gonna chill? Because everything else looks heavy as fuck. And the SQs are trying to get back. Yeah, I'm not wasting that. I just can't get myself to pull the trigger there. So here's the play. Nasdaq's trying to pump. SQs are doing a very valid job though. Let's see if the SPY tries to go to the upside from here. It's gonna drop wick, right? Go ahead and wick down to the 232.40 and go back up to the top side because now Tesla has the fucking 96 EMA, or excuse me, yeah, 96 EMA. Your downtrend looks like this. Right here, you're seeing sequential where I think 247 might be a possibility right here on Tesla. I don't understand why that's going to try to go there, but I am going to short the piss out of SPY at the same time. Oh, let's go and take this. And we will go. I think Tesla's bullshit, first of all. And I'm doubling into those. I want them for 188. Thank you for that, Phil. Thank you. Suck my ass. Spy's trying to just do exactly the opposite of what I'm doing, so we're gonna short the piss out of that thing again. That's why I was worried about that entrance, or like entering right there, as you could see the immediate move off of that. But what I don't see is movement through this 2032 area. We have the 2024, 2025 as support, so I think this is just we're going back to the day high, which I think doesn't really matter, but this is trying to build support to go, while the SQs are just kind of sitting there hanging out. Are they gonna actually give me the buy here, or are they just fucking with me? We have decent amount of puts, a shitload of calls. I'm trying to fill these for 59. I think it's going to, though. I think I'm gonna have to actually chase these. That's not what I even wanted. I'm looking for a fill right here. They just purchased at 62. Okay. These wicks pushing through, this double bottom is great and all, and it's trying to go and hit this wick, but I'm using the fact that we're trumping the move to the upside or this bottom here as a move to the upside that kind of was just unfucking necessary. So, you're looking at the SQ trying to fight back here off of this low. Meta is just kind of being that fucking guy right now. But as these are moving up, you can see that they're trying to break through, 283.99 on Meta. Tesla's getting back touched over that range of 245.80. Oh shit, that's what I was doing. Bridger. Sit the fuck down, Meta. And of course, Apple wants to do this dumb shit. Keep an eye on Ride. Ride looks like it's trying to go. Alright, I'm gonna need just absolute, just big body right now. We're in these, we are in those, we are out of these. But I do like where the SQs are setting up. Hey, Tesla. I don't know what you're doing. Get rejected right there at the 245, please. The upside on AMD is starting to intrigue me, but that's consumer confidence data apparently that's hitting the market. Suck my dick. That's what I think of your consumer data. Futures just went to the upside doesn't mean the fucking market's actually gonna do that. The Russell is in positive territory. I'm gonna be buying those 432s, it looks like. Google got downgraded again today, by the way. Wick did at 247.20, by the way. I don't know why my chat's not updating. It's kind of pissing me off. Work. Whoops. Make sure you break and retest. It'll probably go to 51 and come back. There's the SPY to the downside right there, making absolute money right there. Come on down. Stop holding this fucking trend line. There's nothing here for you. Like, this is the trend line that people are holding their calls up to right now. It's incredible. SQ's another wick down with no... There's no way people are that stupid, right? So confused about that one. Miss Jane Hammond's got what? Oh, triple T's. Let's go. The whole market just doesn't make any fucking sense to me right now, first off. Second of all, Nvidia's coming back. So watch for Intel to probably do the same thing. AMD, I wonder, trying to go green, but not really getting that 200. So watch if this doesn't get rejected at the like 108.58 or so. Huge move upside for Ride. Starting to actually move. There's Tesla getting absolutely bodied right there at the 246. SQ's trying to get VWAP. So this is kind of like what we were looking at yesterday. What? Hi. Are you waving at me with a sheepdog just for funsies, or slap that 31 for me? Oh, on Bitcoin? Makes sense. Ride's coming back. Amazon is looking like we have a very, very clear channel right now. This could even end up just being a ascending wedge, which is problematic. But it is going, and basically, I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, that was one of my areas that I liked of support. Right there, there's the SQs trying to blow through the joint. And this is where now, once again, just like yesterday, we were using the our support as fucking or excuse me, our buy to the downside as support, which I think is cute. Neo's coming back in with the market, coming back through $9. I might be shorting fucking Neo back to about 5 or 850. Definitely doing that. I just bought a bunch of contracts on Neo to the downside. 850 puts this week. Didn't even think about it. Right here on the 9. Tesla's getting some pushback. So, just for the moment, we are up 8% on those SPY 432s. We're getting touched for 14% in our Teslas, but those will fucking figure themselves out if Tesla decides to come back right around to the, what, 240, 239.50 is where I think it needs to retouch, in my opinion. Why is my fucking chat not going and refreshing itself? This is kind of pissing me off. I'm sorry, guys. Fucking pain in the ass. Look at the SPY. Do it. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, don't do it. Do not hang there. Leave that fucking gap alone. Bring that ass way the fuck down here. And come on down. SQ's going after pretty decent level. Tried to use it as support. It's going after the 2057. There's the downside move on the SPY that I wanted. Now I'm going to be looking here. There we go. There's 32 right there. We're almost in the money. Those are going to be up nicely. And that trade took what? We were in on that trade at 957. It is 1010. And that position is moving. It's now up what? 40%. SQs, there was a reload somewhere on the SQs. However, make sure that you don't go and get fooled here. This could be downside, but then they could just easily put this as a bottom right here, fill this gap and move. But be prepared for yeah, we're doing beautifully. Tesla shitting the bed like that goes and brings me up down 9%. Where the fuck is my lighter? One time for the one time. But if we don't have NVIDIA or Apple hold the like 186 area or anything like that, we're in some serious shit. What's up, CVS? Good morning, good morning. Birdie Hunter, what's poppin', baby? Bitcoin to 31. Okay. SQ's trying to break up high of that 265. Where's that I'm looking for Neo to go and pop down here. Make sure that you go and break this right here on the SQs if you're long SQs. That was literally perfect rejection, as a matter of fact. But now that I see it, this is trying to get over that 220.70 area. If it breaks through 220.70, it's going to go. That means the market's going to come down. SQs will go north as the market comes down. However, the full disclosure, it is smarter to try to go long on the market here if you're trying to go and grab a little bit. If you're going short, that's going to be more time, but a lot more potential upside. Those Teslas are now up 2% green. I bought them at what? Something stupid first. 271 and then 188. Cost basis at 230. Those are beautiful. And now we're struggling with these in the money, out of the money, in the money. What the fuck are we doing? And we wicked right here off the inside of this red candle. I don't want to have that. I want this to go right fucking through. Tesla's looking heavier. But Tesla is going and trying to, for all intensive purposes, give you this trend, which is also going to break low of these candles. If we break low of like 243, we might see a decent push down through 242.80 and try to come retest that 240 area. Oh, you like that? You like that Jim Cramer? He seems to be looking like that more and more every day. It seems odd to me. C3AI is back at $32, bro. That thing is gonna be at like 16 next month. We just literally failed the fucking 200 on the SPY. We got back underneath that thing that we did not want to go and break to the upside. Like I was saying this morning, we didn't want to break it to the upside because that would mean we were bullish. But now we are back into that fucking wedge and trying to use the 50 as support here. But I don't know that that's going to have it. Absolutely has the ability to run. I just don't think with the way that the market is set up today and yesterday, it seems very similar to me. And it seems like there's a lot of places where we can get shit on very, very easily. 32 soon, G? I fuck with it. Now, the SQs are over and holding right now, right this moment, trying to hold their 56 or 96 and 50 EMA. The SPY is way overextended now through VWAP, but getting rejected from its 5 MA, which we saw was a huge factor yesterday. My concern is the fact that Tesla has its 5 MA underneath it. And that fucking scares me. I need NIO to come down and bring EVs with it. And I need it to have an effect on Tesla right now. I need the SQs to stand strong here and start pushing themselves back up through that 260. The SPY needs to immediately turn around, retrace off of VWAP, and probably go and cool off on the RSI, in my opinion. What's poppin'? See how the SQs are going up green and you're trying to look at the SPY go up over VWAP? We're pushing off of the SQs and going green. How the fuck are we going green on the SPY or any index for that matter? And green on SPY puts. Or excuse me, green on SQs. Doesn't make any sense. How are you, sir? Hopefully you are having a peaceful woo-saw type of day. There's the 500 EMA. And an immediate fuck you from the market. So that trend's still intact right now. Tesla might help break it though. However, here's an issue for the SPY. The SPY is trying to stay above right now that 432.60 area, but it doesn't really have enough movement right this moment because of where where Tesla is. Tesla is underneath its 200 and trying to go and get back over that support. The SQs have been over their support, and now they're just going to retest this 200. Could it come back and pull back in? Yeah, I think that's what they were thinking it was going to happen. But now you're kind of having a trend off the top of this wick. You had the run to the top side. I think that this is a feeler or a... I think this is it's trying to test how far it could go this morning off of that news this morning. I think that there's a decent amount of ability to fake the market out and need a lot of this money right here on the SPY. If you're sitting here and looking at the call side of things, you're already looking. If the SPY goes up any higher than it already is, somebody's going to be paying out 154 and there's now 100,000 here. Like, I think it would be smarter in my opinion because there's not a lot of money that they're going to try to go get here. There's a hell of a lot more money that they can go and push through and create here and then dump back into the market. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it the opposite way. Because NEO's starting to fail. And now it's under VWAP. SQs are really trying to hold the 50 and the 90/60 EMA, but struggling to get over the high of the day. It did go and close a candle high of the day, and it might use this 2054 as support. This candle on the SPY might be bullshit. Come on, SQs, fight for it. Wake down and go if you need to, but like, go. There you go. Ooh, get up. See that SPY candle, I didn't like that one. That one didn't taste right to me. Keep coming though. Come back to right through that the 5 EMA. Little gray line on my chart. I wanted to see it fail. Neo's trying to bring it back. We got into those by $7 a piece, $7 a contract. Just to let you know, these I think they're at 8 now. So we're gonna look for those to move if we see any amount of downside with any amount of decent amount of downside, I should say. First thing that I'm looking for though is something like this. So right around that 285, or excuse me, 885. There's SPY trying, but now you have this or my yellow line, which is VWAP. Now you have VWAP kind of curling back to try to come get the homie. I'm concerned about that. I think that one of two things could happen. You could see a very quick run through 432, or you could potentially see some upside. I don't know why that it would want upside, but with Tesla pulling back the way that it is and trying to, I mean, decent downside candle right there. Just pull it back. We need Amazon or Apple to help us. Meta trying to find a support system. Nvidia is trying to go and probably bounce right there, but I think it's going to fail there. That's why I think this is support at some other point in time but I don't think it's going to be support now. I think that's downside. AMD as well, but AMD's a tricky one. I am looking at this though, because we were looking at this buy that I liked. My concern is that there's more puts than there are calls. I could see this going to like that 725 again and just substantiating that, but I feel like this should be over $8, but I don't think that the SPY should be going up. That's just my opinion. Coinbase is going to the high of the day. Look at the VWAP bounce, hold it, SQs, do it for me. Yeah, that shit is moving. TIVC is currently at 1750. This looks so weak to me right this moment. Like, you're looking at the SQs trying to fight for their area over this 200. It just kind of looks like Tesla's cool with like just calling it in today. Where the fuck is Neo at? Neo's trying to hold that the 892 and doing a decently good job, but I think that comes back into probably 830 or so. It's just my personal opinion. So it should not matter. Why does my shit not move, motherfucker? I'm not into that one there, Griff. Tesla, let's take our tits out. Come on now, babe. I swear to God, if Arctic pops up and goes, Tesla green, I'm gonna fucking shoot myself. With a metaphorical, everything's fine, guys. Don't take that too goddamn serious. Learn to laugh a little bit. The market doesn't deserve a bounce here. I'm gonna just be wholeheartedly honest with you peoples. Okay. Alright. I think we're doing a whole lot of the fucking boof pack right here, and I think we're gonna come down to the downside just a smidge. But we could just rip through, go touch that 433.56 one time for the one GAN, and then come back down to the downside. But, you know, it's where the market wants to be. You know, I can't help it. But more than likely, because we got a crotch right here, I'd say we were about to send it. You need 433.02 for a fucking break. I think that you have a resistance level from your candles, or your candle wicks that it's showing you. Yeah, nobody wants to close inside this done here box right there by the 200. Stop loss hunting. Something like that. Tell them they can go and grab in my pocket for a couple of like butterscotch or something, play some pocket pool with me. I brought my own cue. See, this is that shit right here. Make sure that these go and actually substantiate themselves over the 430-302 area. And even if they do come back, make sure that if they come back, they either hold one of two lines. The 433 flat and the downtrend that you're working with currently. But the SPY has the ability at any point in time, if it does not want to close over this 430-302, this could be the next downtrend and just keep it pushing. Because even if this is a break of the pattern that we were looking at, you want to go probably somewhere here, because then you can have the proper shit through what, 430 and 428, and you can probably come back to the 425 over the weekend. But and honestly could do that over what's his face's talk. Free coin purses for everybody. Oh shit. Hell yeah. Yeah, if you guys haven't, like, subscribe, send me a picture, you know. Tell me who you are, let me know what's popping. Typically I like to think of myself as somewhat of a centerfold, you know. I take the tits out, I make them dance, you know. I got all the skin in the game. Looking like fucking Bo Derek out here. I'm Nutty Buddy like a payday bar. So, just to let you guys know, the MVP, most voluptuous player. I feel like I should have like a 3-piece suit on right now. Whatever these gummy bears are, I'm gonna end up probably purchasing this company. These are fucking amazing. Oh, okay, well, I'm not purchasing this company. It's fucking Whole Foods. GG's. Get back in your kennel, stupid ass. Alright, now Tesla, bust it open and bend the corner for me. OTC pacifier gang gang. Skirt. Who do you? Yeah, Bree. Here, I'll grab them. Yeah, it used to be like probably 5-6 pounds. Now it's like shitload. Oh yeah, and I'm getting carbs in here, you know what I mean? Like I'm definitely getting enough carbs. No. Hairbow. Get the fuck out of here. Yep, we definitely. I was thinking of that the other night. Now that you say that, definitely got to get with me on that one. But remind me of that. Write that one down. That's a good one. Brina, I don't know if you're aware, but we're part of the DARE program here. All right. We say no to drugs, okay? All right. SQ19 puts end of the week. You would have to go and get through an absolute fucking artillery to get that, but I actually genuinely like that play if you, what's that, 3 days? I think, I mean, for my, I guess, I'll say this, G, I like the play with the way that I know you're probably going to play it and actually set your 100% stop losses. Or excuse me, 100% sell orders. But that can be a really risky play. I'd rather somebody go probably 19.5 just to be a little bit safer. Drug holders, wait, what? I don't know that's the marketing. I'm just saying. I don't know that that's the way that we should probably market those. SPY can suck my ass though. We're gonna see, hopefully, this trend on this Tesla move kind of go and snuff itself out, because I'm concerned that SPY right here is trying to get over the 200 EMA. It's also trying to, at the exact same time, trying to break out of two trends and its high of the day candle. That's going to be a tricky one to do. If it does it, hey, good on it. But at the exact same time, there's no way to, this is going to be one of those days where it's literally flip a fucking coin, but that coin just happens to be where everybody gets unbalanced real quick. The fact that we have right there that little bit of resistance extra, that, like, if we probably didn't have the 433 area trend, I would be genuinely concerned. But I think that you're decent. I mean, like, I'm even cool with the candle being up. Like, you gotta think that there is some decent fucking reasons why we are wicking, huge wicks, huge ranges, and then getting fucking bodied back into a little ass candle. Now, this is creating higher highs and higher lows. However, if it fails, that's not good. 200 move on Tesla might be one too many things. I don't know, I'm just saying. I need 4,000. Oh, well, yeah, those are gonna fucking move all day. That's $1. Right here, the 250 fucking break probably gets you that $1 right there. Excuse me. Apparently RCL wants 100. I can't confirm or deny that, but Tesla's gonna do the head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes. Spy, you do the same thing. Shit the bed. About to fucking run a entire cheerleading ensemble just to go and encourage this market to just roll over. There's no we're up 14% in those Neos, by the way. See how that wick just continues to not want it on Tesla over and over and over again? Yes, Doc, I did know that. They were also using, they were also filing lenses. Tesla, I'm not really liking your fucking attitude right now. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Little sassy bitch. Oh no. Don't pull it back like that. It needs to go a lot for no, don't pull it back like that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't let that fucking thing go, please. Ooh, the SPY is going to absolutely rip fucking faces off if that goes. I just don't think it's going to. That's where I'm putting my money. Now, Tesla, do your thing, please. I want to see Bitcoin kind of come to the downside off the 370. Tesla's trying to go long. However, with Tesla trying to go long, SPY isn't trying to just take off with it. Yeah, Doctor. You and I can definitely talk about some pretty interesting shit. However, I don't know if that's on topic, but Tesla is getting smacked right back in to that wedge, and I mean in a nasty way. Says, get back in your fucking kennel, Tesla. Hold my beer, bro. Man, Tesla's volatile. And if I were the market maker right now, I would drop this bitch like a motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would drop the entire market right now off of that rejection. Tesla's retrying that VWAP that tried to save it in the first place that I didn't agree with. Those 420, or excuse me, the 432s are still, what, 36 bucks a piece? If Tesla does not hold and brings the SPY down with it, I could see some interesting shit. I'm trying to pick up the 432 SPYs for 29 a piece like I just did. I just picked those up. Tesla's trying to come back. And I would love for the market to do exactly what it did yesterday. I'd love to see Tesla like what, 235. Looks like AMD tried to bounce. I wonder how long that lasts. Look at the 106s on, or excuse me, the 107s on AMD. Just telling you guys right now, there's a decent amount of money to on AMD to the upside, and I don't know that letting the market go to the upside would be ideal when or excuse me, AMD to go to the upside when Nvidia is shitting the bed and Intel needs to come back to about 32. Intel, or excuse me, AMD is getting bodied right there, 108.50. Google having some difficulties right there, 117. Disney of all things trying to run. Boeing. Look at Carvana up 8%. The IWM is up 1%, guys. That's what the only thing, that's probably the only thing keeping the market up. Ford's doing very well. I think you're being fed a bunch of shit. Just my opinion. Yeah, the SPY is just continuing to lose momentum every time it tries to move. Market's trying to go. I don't know where the fuck it's going to, but I don't know where it's going to without Tesla. Watch for this to drop just like Tesla did. SQs are still trying to continue to like hold. Doc, I appreciate your love. No, it's not lower energy. It's I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the market. I don't believe that what I'm looking at is honest on the SPY because of the fact that Tesla is running to the downside. And it's not that I give Tesla that much weight. It's that I understand the other things are up in the market, but anything that's pushing to the downside. Okay. My fault. I apparently dropped you. No, anything to the downside right this moment, I'm looking at being pushed, constantly being pushed back over, like letting it run over areas and then letting it walk back in. So I am feeling good about one thing. I'm feeling good about the fact that we are up higher on the SPY than we are on Tesla. So whenever Tesla comes back to a support level, and the SPY needs to obviously come back to that 430 area to complete its bounce, I think that there's a very good possibility that that SPY drags Tesla right through its support level of 240 or even 238. XML is up 6. Odd how Bitcoin's running, but nothing's really happening in the market. Stellar is up 8%. It's an interesting one. Also very interesting area right now in the overall market, and the fact that the SPY just got shit on the way it did, and Tesla moving to the downside, that's kind of what I was talking about, but now I would like to see it happen in key levels. Intel trying to make a higher high. Mars back up over 11%, guys. No. Here come your banks back to the upside. If they get rejected, that's not going to do much for the overall market, and the IWM's up 1%. The SPY's up 0.5%, and the NASDAQ was up 0.5%. So be careful that you be careful that you don't go and end up on the wrong side of that. Tesla's trying to use the downside buy area that I was using earlier to support itself, which I don't think that's going to be possible. Because remember, like I said, the SPY if it does decide to come back, and it does fail this area, that will more than likely push Tesla through a level of support. But I didn't know. I would like to see it do it around the 240, even the 240, 250. That would even be spicy. It's only 75 cents away of doing that. That SPY candle is trying like hell on a 15-minute to close that candle up. There's Intel getting shit on as soon as it started making a move. I think the IWM can go back right to 180. Dave and Buster's. When Dave and Buster's is green, the market goes red, guys. I don't know. I've looked at it. It's a thing. Germ Corp. What's up, boss? Motorcycle time. Have a good one. Catch you later. Yes, sir. We'll be here. Cheers, sir. Absolutely, absolutely safe ride. No, thank you. Our firm's up 4%. Novak is up almost 3.5%, trying to go up to the upside. When Novak goes up, usually the market comes back. Snap is up over 1150. When the fuck did that happen? And the QQQs are looking a little heavy. AMD still getting rejected at the 10850. Dow at the high of its day. NASDAQ at the high of its day. Getting rejected. Arctic, you missed riding. Yeah, I don't. I miss riding. I don't question why I don't anymore, though. Especially in Florida, they're fucking idiots. So they're pumping Palantir right now. Like news wise, they're like, oh yeah, this thing could go to the fucking moon. Yeah, just went high as shit and came back. The fuck? Netflix is already red, guys. And you know what I think Netflix is? Excuse, what are we gonna do here? The SQs on a weekly basis want to go to like 24.20. There's that candle blowing fucking cheeks right through that area we just tried to support. Oh, that's gonna feel spicy if that comes all the way to fruition. Neo looking for some support right here. However, Neo is getting absolutely shit on after it started moving. Tesla's moving to the downside, which is definitely not going to fucking help. Tesla right here. Look, see, remember I was telling you 240, 250. And now that the SPY has the ability to drop through that, this is what we were talking about. Possibly having the ability to come through this support area because you're falling through resistance or you're getting rejected from resistance. There you go, SPY. There you go, Tesla. Run, bitch. Let's go. It's me, Mario. We're up 10% on the SPYs. Come on in, Tesla, or excuse me, come on in, SPY. $432.50 is what I'm looking for on the SPY. Remember, you're trying to break that top on the red side on the SQs. I want to see us break low of the 200 here. SQ is trying to break and substantiate that 260. We closed a candle low, by the way. I want to see it give up the 240, 254. Come on, SPY. Your time is now. Go ahead, excuse. Look at the SPY. That a girl. Run it. Oh yeah, come right on down. Come, yeah, end it at 432. Why not? Fuck yeah, bud. I'm not mad at you. That's gonna get shit on because the SPY is ready to come down. This is gonna be interesting on what happens here. SPY's breaking VWAP. What's gapping up? Oh, AHI. Yeah. We have a gap of 140 to 148 and 153. $2 and what? 230 and 240. So now Tesla just went and did really well to get back up, but problem is that it's kind of another downtrend, and I would be confused. So we're gonna go retest this. Why? Yeah, I'd make sure you can hold the 138. Give me 1 second, guys.